am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit. The Spirit Teaches of Going Within Self, on TikTok, 1974 Enlightened Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always recommend, suggest, and really encourage you to read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit. The Spirit Teaches of Going Within Self, to get a better understanding of what it is that I bring forward. I channel. I'm a psychic, I'm a medium, and I'm starting to get more into interpreting dreams. And today I'm doing a channeling session for spirit, right? Because these past like 2 days or thereabouts, I've been getting things, but every time I'm sitting here, you're going to notice I gaze. And I gaze out here. Sometimes I look down at a tree. Last night I was sitting there, and it was like I was connecting, not like I was connecting with something. And I'm getting that, and I'm getting it now, and understanding that to be put here. And when I first got here, I was told that an old lady, would walk to the cemetery, but it was spirit that people would see this. And when I was staying in my trailer, like the way my ex-husband would talk and rant and rave when it was out here, and he would shoot himself down to the lowest. I mean, like this was not. When I see this, it's not the spirit of my ex-husband, and I know that. And people say, "Oh, well, you're making excuses." No, when you understand spirit, then you will get it. And it was like the way he would stand on his cane and everything like that. I'd be sitting in my trailer, and I'd be kind of, it was like I'd be looking out my window, and where I was, there was this headstone. And it was the man, he would lean just like my ex-husband on this headstone, and he just looked just like him. It was like one fucking holy crap. And it was a tall headstone, and then there was a headstone that was linked up against it. So this one day I said, hey, I'm going over to see what's going on here. So I went over, and I looked. The big headstone, I couldn't see it. You can't see it very well, but on the other one, I could see the name David. And one day, in my trailer, my ex-husband came in, and she said, the switch. I was like, acting like he was new or had owned everything, and he was being an asshole. And I looked down and I was like, "Are you David?" No. How was it? How was it when your husband said it? It was more of a, it was the spirit had a disdain for David. No, he lives down the road. He lived down the road. Well, I was talking with my ex-husband when I got the reply of basically, no, that bastard lives down the fucking road, down the road. So when I first moved in, like before I moved into the place, and before I moved in my trailer, I came here because we were like working on projects. And it was the same night that I seen the ship, the light ship, like a craft triangular shape. Actually, this picture here, okay, it was vibrating. And this is when it wasn't. I didn't even know that I had that picture. Okay. And I had seen it, like I was in the house and like, it was like I was being drawn outside. And the first time I didn't see the light up on the water tower. It was like well, it was more than the size of a car because it would have to be in order for me to see it on top of the water tower. But the first time I went out, I heard like beacon call, like beacon sounds. Like, what happened? No one in. And I just happened to look over on the water tower and it was there. And I got the binoculars. And when I looked, so then I went and got my camera. It was like a golden bronze color. It was freaking like I'd never seen anything like it in my life. It was freaking cool. And like just and I know that it was the same ship that I seen at Christmas Day around 6:30 in the morning, just Christmas past. And I come in the house and I come downstairs and I was like listening to music and I was kind of going in a meditative, like almost like a meditative state. I think I had the fire going, so I was just kind of sitting there with the fire and then it's like just weird and everything. And I kind of laid down to try, and then all of a sudden, that's when I first really started speaking in the different forms of languages. And it was partially the way I do now with English and multitude of different languages. And it was like a woman, a women, one time, like it was like talking in English and a different language. And they were telling the kids, like they were saying, hi, he's coming. But there were a number of times where I channel, like not channel, but I had other people, and it's usually my ex-husband, okay, because these two spirits, I know they use us, okay, and it was more of an abuse because that's when my ex-husband started calling me for and everything like that and treating me like a piece of shit after we came here. I actually contacted because I sent someone this place here. I actually sent them those pictures. And I was talking to him and I told them that like I wanted them to come out and check the land because when I got here and I started walking through the path, I started feeling like little kids tugging on me. I did a video of the tree back when I was walking up to it and I could feel like it's like there's unsettling around it and different parts of this it's like different parts of the stem. That's why I said before that nobody should be living in this place. Not because it's haunted. But when I was channeling last night, the elderly man that lived here, right, he wanted to turn it into a campground, right? But I don't believe that a campground is a place to be here because I've seen like kids playing, but it's a lot of hassle that comes with a campground. And that's not what like I wasn't seeing that. And when I was channeling, it was like last night, it was like this woman. Like, well, it is a woman. She doesn't want anybody here, so they've been trying to get me to go, for us to go. Okay? And I always said, like, when I was doing the work in here, I said like it's like I'm getting this ready for someone else. But I believe that the woman, it was more of older, like she knew how to do like the old ways, because it was like this land was vibrant with stuff, because I was told like around 40 years ago, the whole backyard was all trees. And now it's gone, and I guess like people took dirt out of it, the military took dirt out of the land so they could build the base. And that was in the 40s. So whether that is it, that was the affiliation with it, because there was a young woman and her boyfriend, they come here, and she said that she used to live here 40 years ago. And she said, like, her father was the pastor for the church across the road, so she was living in the house in front of you. And here was trees, and she said the gentleman that lived here was a really great, like, he was a good man. Now, I don't believe it was him, but I believe that it's a very good possibility that that tree was here, or has been here more than 40, way more than 40 years. Now, whether that was at the time when the military were coming in and taking people's homes from them to build base, oh crap, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh, oh crap, very so okay. So that's what I was getting. They were telling them to hide from the military because they were coming in and they were taking him. Because I've never like I've never seen her, but heard of her. But I know that like I don't have to see her to know that she's around, and I know that she was into logos, and I know that because okay, they say a tree that wards off evil. What tree wards off evil? The Roman tree, okay? And all around this property are Roman trees. Arrestito mortare anni, via cara scelacchiere sentito giovane. Poi è visto che avevo detto noi, It was violent and it was rape, including the children. And that's why it was like I had a child tugging on my leg, help us, find us, help us. See, the only place that I have feelings like I want to get my feet off the ground is when I'm on unsettling ground. When I'm on ground where there are, it's like on the unmarked graves. Because when I went to the residential school property in Shubenacadie the other year, my ex-husband was with me, and I went through this. I went through stuff like where they have the monument place. I went past there, and when I went past there, that was a whole other story because then I was like right on the lane. And I was walking around in certain spots. I'd start channeling in a different language, and I'd be trying to get my feet off the ground. And then there's a part where, like, there's a bunch of trees kind of in the middle of the hill. And whenever, like, when I was walking up around there were parts there, but then when I got up around to get up by the top of the hill, that's when it got cold. It was like something pulling, like not trying to pull me down, but trying to pull themselves up. And I could tell because when I went down by this tree, like I did a video, and when I was going down by the tree, like it was like I was feeling it. The closer I got into under the tree, now I've been there before, but I've been becoming more intuitive, more aware. And then I was taught all of a sudden, because the crows don't usually sit down there, they usually go in this tree here, but I was down there and a crow came in and flew in and sat in the tree as this was happening. And then another crow come over and sat at the top of the tree as I was doing it. Now we had two crows, and well, we had a few because my ex-husband used to call one of them Pearl, and he used to call one Allie and Allie. And when I would sing my karaoke, I would sing Blue Suede Shoes, and when they have that like pause type thing, and they just play the music, I would say, "Take it, Earl," which was which was very odd. Because I would say Earl and Steve and Susie. Earl, Steve, and Susie. Earl, Steve, and Susie. And oh my shit, that's triangle. That's the horror part. Whoa! Crap! Fuck! Bitch! Distico, non ti chiesto, ho detto giusto, poi mi ha detto tu sticky. I'm well aware of how I look. Very well aware. So that would be so I don't know if I'll be able to because okay, I'm getting that those 2 headstones, uh, those two headstones had something to do with it. Oh, an Indian in a military man. It's like, oh, yeah, yeah, that's what they were showing me. And put somebody on, and it was weird because at one point there was something about red lingerie. Now, red lingerie in those times was not the type of lingerie that you would see today. So there was a part where they got caught. Yeah, you got. So there's the mass shooting in this part in this area. Times mass killings. Right now, my body is just feeling really, especially right up here. It's like, I think, well, see, it's like they're trying to show me the time frame because it's almost like there's two separate, almost like two separate, two separate events, two not events. Because not only did I feel the child like at my leg, it was like there was a few of them around and help, you help me, please help us find us. And look, it's like, and then I was upstairs in my place and I was talking to people, and then it's like I felt it on my leg. I was like, whoa, okay. There's like a child on my leg right now. People look at me like I'm crazy and I got 100 heads. But for some reason, I keep being drawn to go down in the bunker because it was like I had visions. I was down, and it was like it would have been a bunker because it was like almost like a government type thing, and it was like really like fairly narrow, like not skinny, but about the kind of hallway that you would see in a hospital. And it was like the way the lights were. It was not bright, and the rooms were more they were more darker, and there was nothing in it but these like almost like a jail bed. And there were two of us in there, and it was like she's screaming. You could hear them coming. You could hear them coming. And I like it was like I touched her, and when I touched her, she went out. It was like she automatically went to sleep. Stopped screaming at me. And I was like laying on the bed, back in the bed like this, with my legs hanging over. And then all of a sudden, my legs went straight out. So I was like, my legs straight out over the bed. I'm laying on the bed. My body lifts up while laying down, levitates up. And then I go out the door and I start floating at about, I would say about this level here. And like there was people standing in the hallway, like they're just trying to. And then I got more to the end, but there was somebody. There was I was getting like because I could see a military badge from the military, so it was like almost like a chief or something like that. And because I went from laying position and my body just went like that in the face, so I was still floating off the ground. And next thing I know, I'm in a room and a group of people have me bent over like this, and someone is like this, ready to right on me, bust my neck, break my neck. And I heard somebody, and then somebody come in and then said, "No, don't. She's invaluable." And then it was like I was going through another hallway, but it was more so as if I was coming out of the government building. And I remember we came out a side, it was like we came out a side door where there was a corridor, and they were getting me to the car. And as we come out, I said something about someone being dangerous. And the male said, "Get her to the car now." And they rushed me to the car, and then somebody turned and said, I got the word, where's my, or where's my, and I kind of turned, and it was like, there was an entry, and it was like a big door. Like it was a door, but it was like the steps went up more higher. It was really weird. And it was in the car, and we were getting in the car, and then all of a sudden, this guy, the same guy, but this was when I seen his face, and I ended up finding him on TikTok or YouTube. And he was coming towards me. He was talking, and I told like I got freaked out. This like nothing really came out of my mouth, but my hands went up, and they kept trying to come in closer, talking to me, and I went like that a little further, and they kept coming, and I went like that, and when I went like that, they flew back. I didn't touch them, but they just flew back. And then I was out of there. I was in the woods. And in the woods, it was like a bunch of trees around. But when you looked out, it was like a really light-filled night. It would have been of like the moon, bright moon. It was that bright. And I believe that's why I feel like I'm being drawn to the bunker because that'll be a memory. There's a place from 1999 that I went to didn't go in or anything like that. I sat and I realized that okay, spirit made him stop there because that was spirit telling me you need to go back to this place. And when I started crying because I knew okay, there's in '99 it was a piece of me that left, that got like a piece, which that was the night that I had the exorcism. That was basically people don't believe in that stuff. It was a Catholic church at the time. It was a Catholic, I think it was a Catholic church. Because at that time, my parents, my mom and my grandmother were trying to contact a church that would do an exorcism. Even contacted 100 Happy Street. Goody don't wait. Like right now, I feel screaming coming out. It's like, "Ah." And right now, the spirits are shifting fast because everything's being shaken up. Whole people, I didn't come here to exploit them. I came here to hear the stories, to hear what happened. They said my brother died. Yeah. Do you ever get a break from doing this? I will one day. You said it's okay. Like maybe I'm investigating my own spirit's murder. Oh, because it's like somebody was like put in the tree here. Whether it's that tree at the end of the yard, Gorissimo Daesh or where, because I have another tree and it's like no shit, like it's the branch grew like a fucking cross. And this tree down back, it doesn't it's not growing, it's growing really well, like deformed in many ways. It's like the witch. She's considered a witch. Or they see each other face. It's like how many times did you kill Christ? And Christ, it represents the spirit of how many times to try to kill the spirit. You know, people will condemn a witches and everything, but you did not realize that if you are religious and you believe in Christ, Jesus Christ, you don't want to hear this, but he had witch. He was able to do this stuff. And people won't believe that. And if you don't, then I guess you don't understand what you do. They'll tell you it's demonic. What's demonic is the part of telling you because you have gifts, you're demonic. So I do. Like here, like I got like a skill, like there's many different because I read a thing and it said about what spirit does. Spirit will bring you where you need to be because the story needs to be told. It's like when I talked about Jezebel. Jezebel was that little girl. You have in your book that she was uh, oh, Jezebel. Yeah, I explained beforehand, and I never read this before or anything, and I was explaining the brutal murder of Jezebel because they left her for dead, and they sick dogs on her, and the dogs started tearing on her, and I know that she showed me that experience. Jezebel was both. But they don't put that. Jezebel, as recounted in the Old Testament, first and second book of Kings, is the phenocious princess and priestess of Ashtoreth. Who was married to Ahab, king of the northern kingdom of Israel. And they say that places are usually named after people. Well, people are named after places. Ashwalivi was my sixth great granddaddy. Oh crap! And that my great granny, my second great granny, it was 11. So I would be on the 14th generation, and my 11th great granddaddy was Solomon ben Isaac Halevi. And strangely, I was looking through the Bible, and I couldn't find it again. I was looking in one of the verses, and that Habe came up, but it had an extra B and something else, like B-A-N or something at the end of it. Of Israel, right around 872, 851 BCE. Her name may be because when I was getting it, okay, when I first seen Jezebel, okay, because I don't think she was a really old girl. Like I said, I think she was about 12 to 15. And I seen, and it was like she had really long black hair, and she had like a longer blue, like she was wearing a longer blue dress. And each time I seen her, that's what she was wearing. Except when I seen her in 2020 standing behind a speaker in the middle of two what appeared to be East Indian twins. They looked like boys, but I'm thinking that one of the twins was a girl because that would have resembled more of a like the Gemini twins. One was in a long white gown, one was in a long black gown, but they were twin. They were, and with Jessica, she was standing. It was like she was there because it was the same type of figure, only it was like the hair got cut off, and instead of wearing instead of wearing the dress, it was like she had it was like a really tight blue scuba suit on, so her face was really kind of almost like really gray in color, almost like when you lose oxygen in your lips. And that's your eyes would be big and black. And she wasn't. It wasn't she was trying to hurt me. I think she was trying to see me, and I know that like that's why I have to go back in '99 because it was like that was that part of me that because it was insanity. It was demonic. And you would be too. But she showed me that they raped her. They they broke her. It was stoning, beating with sticks, trying to tear her apart, literally, like trying to rip her from her ribs and everything and twisting her head off and gouging her eyes out. And it was like animals trying to eat her. It's like in pieces. And when I said in pieces, my radio and my YouTube for my nature sounds both went out at the same time. And that was hooked to a Bluetooth speaker. Okay, that's weird. That's really weird. Oh, so let's keep reading. Her name may be interpreted as meaning woman of Baha'u'llah, or where is his highness. referring to a myth of Bahala. It may be interpreted in least flattering ways too. The Bible portrays Jezebel as the active and direct opponent of the passionate monastrate Elijah and prophet. Jezebel is vilified for cutting Jewish prophets, prosecuting Jewish prophets, and for allegedly encouraging Israelites' variation of Ashra. The possibility that Israelites were already worshiping Ashra without Jezebel's help, is discussed in Raphael. Oh my fucking Jesus! Excuse my French. Right after Ashra is Moses Raphael Levi. Now I'm beginning to wonder why, like I have, like, oh my goodness. Petia's groundbreaking book, okay, The Hebrew Goddess. Okay, so is it actually over land? Or is it because she killed Jezebel? Nora Chosley prosecuted her husband to seize a vineyard. Jezebel notoriously persuaded her husband to seize a vineyard by not convicted, convented after the vineyard's owner refused to sell it. For many, Jezebel, see, I know the part where our spirits have done good, but they've also done bad. For many, Jezebel epitomize the archetypal evil queen. Okay, I get it now. Okay, now let's go to Once Upon a Time, the series that I bring up a lot, okay, because there was the evil queen, and one day I was here and I found a coin on my floor, and it had the name Regina. Well, Regina was the evil queen, okay? But see, the actual killing of Jezebel, the reason why Jezebel became the way she did was because the first one, she was Jezebel before him. It was, she kept, we're sorting through this now. Like I thought, like when she was a kid, and I believe it goes back to, the beginning of Genesis when you had Cain and Abel. because I believe that Jezebel was the son of or was the daughter, was the child of Cain. Cain and Sophia, which Sophia and Lucifer. And what happened to their daughter, their child, because she was a hermaphrodite. That was when Sophia switched to Lilith. People say it was Lilith first. No, it was actually, first off, it was Sophia, and she turned dark because she was looking for the killer of a child, much like Mary Magdalene took the place of Jesus so she could find out who was trying to kill him. Not Mother Mary. Mother Mary was the mother of Yeshua. Believe me, don't believe me. Varisea noto Syria. Di kutu purishula manigrian. Guritan. So for many, Jezebel, okay, the archetypal, the evil queen. Well, the evil. See, the evil queen wasn't evil. Her mother was. She was the queen of hearts. And what ended up happening was, okay, in this Snow White, so the princess, the evil queen's mother, did something to make the horse go out of control. That Snow White, we'll use Snow White because that's the princess, went riding, and the horse just took right off. So Regina, which became the evil queen, she hopped on her horse and ran to get her to save her. And then the king, the princess's father, wanted to marry her for saving his daughter. But Regina, in the series, the evil queen, so Jezebel was in love with the stable boy. Oh, boy. And the princess told the mother that she didn't want her marrying her father because she was in love with another man. So the evil queen, or the mother, the Queen of Hearts, what's her name? Cora. And she turned dark because the royal family treated her like a piece of shit because she was a miller's daughter in the series. She was a peasant. So what she had like what perceived as the dark one. She she sort of fell in love with him, but she had originally got pregnant beforehand with who she thought was a prince, which is actually the gardener, and then she had to get rid of her baby. So then she married a prince. She ended up marrying a prince, and then what ended up happening was she went because she wanted Regina, Jezebel, to be a queen. So she went and she ripped the heart out. So in that case, somebody cut the heart out of the man. They rip it. They rip the heart out, and then that's when Regina and Jason, or what have you, kind of flip because the love of her life was murdered right in front of her by her own mother. The evil queen. Conventional Jewish wisdom suggests that she was a powerful witch who led Haba astray, although there are occasional modern voices. Even the Talmud describes Jezebel as sometimes very charitable. The Bible describes Jezebel's death and Calm Pinson. If you want to find it, it's in here. Gruesome detail, but like the New Testament, Compariat Helios, Queen of Judah, Jezebel's spirit continues to evoke dread, disgust, and also veneration. She is a charismatic spirit of witchcraft and women's wiles. So what they've done is they've taken and they've demonized her. So well, okay, Jezebel is the daughter of Lilith. But Lilith keeps coming, trying to find her daughter, trying to find the one who killed her daughter the first time. Because you take and you have a brutal murder, like what I described. And then you think that that spirit is going to be settled? And do you really think that the mother is going to want to play nice? Seriously. She will rip the whole fucking world apart to find her. See, the strange thing is, I had somebody tell me they had a dream. They had a dream that myself and them had a baby. A little blonde girl. And they said that they seen me holding this little blonde baby, blonde girl, on a balcony. And I remember trying to find my cat that day. And when I was trying to find my cat, I couldn't find him. Wow. Yeah. It was like that spirit just, woohoo, man. Like I'm telling you, I don't know how people did not freaking hear me. It was like they put me into a whole other area, lifted me up, and took me somewhere else because I couldn't find my cat. It was like, you took my cat, you took my kid. To me, my cat symbolized my child at that time. And I was screaming, give him back, because I heard something that sounded like my cat was getting hurt. And I just took and I just drew in energy. I just went like that, and I just went like that. And then all of a sudden I flew out and it was like, give him back! And let me tell you, I didn't think that I had that much pee in my body, but it come flooding out. And not only did it come flooding out, but I could literally feel the sky shake. And then I went storming around the pond, and I took branches, elder alder bushes, and I just started stomping them down and freaking tearing them limbs off and everything, trying to find him. And then I had heard a girl. I heard a voice. Are you okay? And it was like I was right back. And then my cat come out from the pond. So in that tells me what Sophia experienced when she turned into Lily. And she found her dead. Think she didn't bring her back to life or try? You say the spirit walks the earth, but you demonize her. You say people like that paranormal person that had what you said was the whole Jezebel or what have you. You said that that man died right after he had the doll of Jezebel. You know, maybe if that was the spirit of Jezebel, maybe Jezebel seen the spirit of that man, and the spirit of that man was one of the ones that hurt her. So, would you think that a spirit like that, or a mother, like wouldn't you don't think that that would want to be out for blood for the people who raped and murdered and desecrated her child's body? Are you fucked? So you demonize the feminine. That's what they did. After they raped and brutally beat her and desecrated her and everything, they demonized her. She wasn't the fucking demon they were. You know, Oh, wait, because I have to put him in there. So my grandpa. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we'll go from back to me. Okay. So with Solomon, Halevi, Moses, Isaac, Yiskert, Yischuk, Yeshua, Isaac, Moses, Raphael, Asher, Nathan, Gershom, David, Mary, John, David, and then my mom and me. And I look at my mom, right? And I saw pictures of my mom. And it's like I keep getting that it was like when I was two, that it wasn't, it was made to look like I got in the dress before and got the pills. But it's like my spirit's trying to, like, the spirit is trying to find out who tried to kill me. Find out who tried to kill me when I was two. And I know it's part of the secret. It's part of a secret as to why certain people would want to take something like that to the grave. No, no, like I mean, like there was a secret that caused it to, like, somebody want to do it, like do it, and I'm still trying to figure out that secret because I still believe and feel like I was a dirty little secret, and I know that couldn't have had anything to do with my oldest son because everybody knew about him. As the royal princess of Ashra and a queen, Jezebel may have perceived herself as an avatar of a goddess Ashra, or Ashtarti, Ashtarti, and or Enta. In the same manner that Cleopatra identified herself with Aphrodite and Isis. So was Cleopatra a hermaphrodite? Is that what they're talking about with regards to the mother being of the child being of a virgin birth? The name Jezebel appears a second time in biblical sources, this time in the book of Revelations 2:20. Oh, he said that. It's like, shit, man. Por isso é todo dia. And Roland Horace, they represent the left and right side of the brain. Revelations 2:20. Let's go. See, and there's like John 1, John 2, John 3. Okay, Revelations 2:20. But I have this complete. Oh, but I have this complaint against you. You are permitting that woman, the Jezebel, who calls herself a prophet, to lead my servants astray. She teaches them to commit sexual sin and to eat food offered to idols. So that was much the same as what they did to Mary Magdalene, wasn't it? They said she was a whore. She can't lead. She wasn't the whore. They were the sex offenders. People won't believe it either, but Mary Magdalene was actually Mother Mary's daughter. And Jesus was the grandson. It wasn't really. So is Jesus the representation of Jezebel? And Mother Mary was Sophia? And Mary Magdalene was Lilith? Because you tried to kill her son. You tried to kill her child again. But you'll say that's not possible because our stuff says differently. Well, maybe That's why you're not coming to that truth and reconciliation. Hey, that comes up Tuesday. You're not coming to that because you don't want to see it. You can't see it for all of the twists and turns and all the different versions of the story or the truth. Because it wasn't a story. It wasn't something that was made up. It may have been put together wrong, but every version of the biblical text goes together, and it doesn't matter what fucking book you look at. Even if you say, well, that's not real. You're fucking right, that book is real. Because they all work. There was what you perceived to be the Messiah, and then the one that wasn't. Because a Messiah, okay, it's like the prophet and the false prophet. Messiah is a messenger from higher. A false prophet is how, okay. A false prophet is somebody who picks one side over the other. They confuse people. They cause conflict between people. And a Messiah, a true messenger, does not choose either side. So that's the part where you do the you do the hermit mode. Okay, it's like Mary Magdalene and Jesus. Right, it's the mother and child. You say like mother. Okay, you say mother and Jesus. Right? But please tell me, why is that name so important to people? You say because he's your savior, right? Was he helping you to heal? As it says, right? You know, Jezebel was doing the same thing. Jezebel loved her rocks, crystals. She'd find something, just the smallest thing, and she'd bend down and she'd pick it up and say, oh, treasure. She had the innocence, and it was taken from her. So people don't have to believe this because, you know, a lot of people won't. They'll say that's blasphemy. How do you know what's true or not? Were you there? Your spirit was. See, they demonized Jezebel because she came with the truth. She came with her truth of what happened in the beginning. Where was Jezebel mentioned in the Bible? 16. Okay. Okay. So, Book of Kings. Shit. Not good at the Book of 1 Kings. What did it say? 16:21. One more rules in Israel. But now the people of Israel were split into two factions. Half the people tried to make Timon, son of Githna, their king, while the other half supported Emra, but Emra's supporters defeated the supporters of Timon. So Timon was killed, and Emra became the king. Oh, and right below that it says ever rules in Israel. So from chapter 16 to chapter 21, I'm looking for, yeah, well, I mean, they had the king there. In chapter 9. So, see, I don't know if you heard that, but so you see, like you look, if Jezebel was in the Old Testament, right? But see, they don't tell you the part about a baby, okay? Because when I drew in my journal, there were two girls, two boys. And then that resembles an angel. And she's by a tree. And you see how she is? Like she was staked to a tree, and that's a dress. And that was kind of like the kind of dress that I seen when I would see Jessica. Yeah, she is like, there's demon and demonic. This fucking freaked me out. It was a little creepy. It was something that you'd see in a horror movie, like, The Ring. Yet another woman named Jezebel is accused of falsely falsely calling herself a prophetess while seducing people toward idolatry and fornication. Fornication. Okay, so they said another woman named Jezebel. So you had Mary Magdalene. You said that Mary Magdalene was the whore, which actually Mary Magdalene was the mother of Jesus. And the actual prostitute was the one that bathed his feet. And that's who people see him with. Kisito Buriai, Yashala Yasinui. Over the centuries, the name Jezebel has developed intensely ironic overtones, possibly deriving from this biblical second coming of Jezebel and or because of associations of a systematic goddess religious with sacred prostitution. Jezebel has transcended its statue as a name and evolved into a word indicating a sexually and autonomous woman. Did you hear that? The second coming. It was the woman. Told ya. This one's channeling with spirit. So Jezebel's spirit was here too. And that's why I was born. Had somebody say to me, the light has come home. Does that mean Jezebel has come home? Say Jesus? It's consciousness. It's like many different versions of Jezebel. See, the false prophets were the killers. You say it was Jesus, but it was Mary. The only reason why she was at the bottom of the foot of the cross was because her and Jesus switched places. Because in the book of Thomas, it talks the way you would talk as if it was an antichrist, turning Mary Magdalene into a man. Told Peter not to worry, I will turn her into a man. People will say, well, that's not true because in the book of Thomas. Right here, in the book of Thomas. They just didn't put it in the Bible. Oh, that's Enoch. Hey, where's the other book of Mary Magdalene? Yeah, thank you. The Gospel of Mary Magdalene, the first woman apostle, lost Apocryphal Gospel collection. Mary Magdalene revealed the first apostle, her first gospel, and the Christianity we haven't tried yet. See, you know, I know one day the right person I am life, love, light, abundant. It's light. And I know some of these are signatures. And, you know, I have a few in here. Stuff like that. People say, well, that's just scribbles. Is it really? Is it really? You know, I just sat and started doing it. And I have a lot of drawing when the drawings are like a kid drawing. Yeah, I wrote this. God, Mother, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. I ask that all stores donate clothes, food, medical supplies, stoves, fuel, boots, hats, mittens, all things needed to survive. The worst of winners, people without shelter, are given a place to stay, live, without asking for payment, but out of love, compassion, morals, with heart and understanding. In Jesus' name, amen. Namaste. Blessed be. I love. Godspeed. There's something I'm looking for. The ordinary. And mother was Mary Eve. So if she was, mother was Mary Eve, and Eve was the mother of Sophia, and Sophia turned into Lilith. And Lilith and Lucifer gave birth to Jessica. And then you wonder when he can be. And mother, father means far after her. It's much like the mother blamed the father for the death of the child. Spiritual investigator. I was doing some things just like sometimes I just felt like I wanted to flip off my humanity switch. But I couldn't do that. When you accept Christ, you have harmony. With harmony comes unity to reconnect to creation, spirit, consciousness. Then you are home because spirit is the way. What church really meant, but they've taken that all. And I know people don't like that word church. Or church means to me Christ, harmony, unity, reconnect, spirit connection, consciousness, home. God is spirit, and spirit is male nor female. Spirit is both masculine and feminine, and so because the female body is actually a hermaphrodite, only their penis hasn't grown. certain things there. Like I said, you know. Oh, there's some of the secret. It was just, and spirit would write certain things in here, and it's always been in different light. Just found out that the solar cycle began in December 2019. Well, this kind of right around the winter solstice was when I died in 2019. That was when I died and came back. I've been blocking myself from the truth. Please help me to unblock. And then in big letters, free my people now. You know, you would be surprised what you are able to do. See, people believe that, you know, if you talk about ghosts or spirits, even demons and hell and Lucifer and the devil and everything, the devil is what you're seeing now. It's devolving. You were moving forward and now you're going back. Or did you ever move forward and it was just given an illusion? And now you're actually seeing the truth that it is much like Roman times. You know, don't you have religion against religion? You know, you said like it was the way they portray it on The Chosen was that the Jewish ordered the Romans to order it to be done. So if it was that, then that would be saying that that part of the Jewish, because it's separated, okay? Because half would be more so almost like a Mason, the Freemasons, as you know, Jewish actually were said to originally came from Scotland, which in Scotland, Well, that is weird. Because oh, okay. I'm going to stick up. I'm just going to we'll see. Because, well, when doing my own ancestry line, I knew that, hey, on my father's side, it would have been around my third great granddaddy. He was Scots Ireland. But now with my great Grammy, my second great Grammy, they were a line of they were from generation to generation. They were rabbis. But like with my sixth great granddaddy, I don't know if he had the religious seal in the way of the church or if he had the religious seal in way of spirituality. My sixth great Grammy, she was very spiritual. So maybe great granddaddy finally started learning something from her. But he was of the church. But he also went rebel. Because there's a church in Lunenburg. It's very gothic. It's beautiful. And it has a constellation thing. Like when you look up, you have it's like looking up at the stars. And it's said that it's position. It's done in a way of a position. And when I went up in the top wall, where I would say the more important people would be, I seen a group of people push someone off, throw someone off the balcony. And it tells you in there, lighting the embolic in or embolic, volt, IMBOLC, inner fire, lighting the embolic fire. Yeah, at first I tried to look to see if, well, is that supposed to be a K? But inner fire, okay? The dance of the moon and earth, setting intentions with the moon. See, people would say, well, that's witchcraft, and this is what they were hanging our families and destroying our families, and this is what they had done to, like to Jezebel because she was different. Maybe she was more advanced than some. Maybe she didn't learn it anywhere. It just come to her naturally. because we are. I heard somebody say we're born with it. Yes, we are born with it. Some popular druid deities. You know, don't you have like the rocks in Scotland? Stonehenge, yes, thank you. Yes, I do hear you. We are all related. They said, let the Kuri Matakiri Siri. And that's why, like, when somebody says to me, well, I don't know, you're not family. Well, yeah, they are family because if it weren't for them, you wouldn't be here today. So you're killing family. And it doesn't matter what side you believe you're on because every spirit, every bloodline has experienced one or the other religious beliefs, experiences, what have you. So you keep fighting with yourself. But see, many people won't, they won't get that. They'll keep them fighting with family. If you keep them fighting with family, you know, they're not going to realize who actually gave them the breath of life or who gave them life because you're too busy trying to kill the person that gave you life. Maybe Jezebel blamed her mother and father because they didn't help her, save her. Or maybe she really hated her faith. But much like Mary Magdalene, and Jesus, did the mother and father, you know, adoption. Or, well, I mean, it wouldn't have been adoption then. You know, I'm asking these questions because I know there's more to what we've been told. And it always goes back to the feminine, the Jezebel. So was it Jesus that fell? My body told me no. Jesse and Bell, that's my body. Siento que actually, you know, everybody should be cautious, especially with where like everybody's fighting. Everybody's fighting, and you really don't know why you're fighting. You're just fighting. You know, it's that part where Jesus said, forgive them of their sins. Because Jezebel had to forgive them. And the Father was going to destroy you all. And the mother had to come. The mother and the child. Was Lilith also pain? Did she separate from the child? Or would have it been Sophia? Because I know there was an Annabelle. And then you say Abel, which was Caleb. So did the mother and father switch places? Well, I mean, in the beginning, and then to find out, and the father died, or the father denied him. Because it was a man's world. So Mary Magdalene and Jesus switched places. Mary Magdalene was the one who came back from the dead, for sure. Because like I said, if Lilith and Cain were the same person, some of your stories you say Lilith was sentenced, others you say Cain. So I guess they were sentenced together, huh? But they say with Gaia and Uranus. Gaia was the one that gave birth to Uranus. Fatherless. So would you say she was pregnant when she came into the world? You know, because they say Gaia, in some mythological, it's not mythology because it's not a myth. Well, it's a myth, but a myth that means my truth. Although also used to sell cosmetics and lingerie. There's that lingerie. You I wonder if it's possible that where I channeled about the red lingerie, was it possible that the lingerie was actually put on for the husband, and the other man that came, the husband thought they were having sex, but he was actually sexually assaulting them? Oh, 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 damn. Oh, crap. Yeah. So that's where she would get killed, because that would have been her part. Because, many men have said before, because I had somebody say to me, what were hearing your take was? And that was when I was date raped. I believe it was Jacob who Joseph was sexually assaulted by his employer's wife. And when his daughter was more than sexually assaulted, he blamed her. He's like, it was her fault for the way she was. So a woman is supposed to dim down their sexuality because of a male's, or okay, let's say a feminine is supposed to dumb down their sexuality because a masculine is insecure. That's an insecurity. If you're blaming the woman, maybe you should be teaching yourself or teaching men that women have sexuality and men have sexuality. But that's the feminine part of you. So, you're shaming your own sexuality. Do you see it that way? Although used cosmetics it is most often used to pejorative, pejorative, especially by those who would seek to control women's sexuality. Oh, like what they're putting in your cosmetics. The chemicals in your cosmetics is taking away the female sexuality. Oh, no, to control their sexuality. So that to me is saying you were pimping them out. Wickham. Oh my geez, and then I look down and I see the word slut. To control women's sexuality, to describe a woman as a painted Jezebel is essentially to call her a slut. You fuckers, ask yourself how many times you raped her. And she came off as a slut. She felt it was easier to just give it to you so that you didn't take it anyways. The Merriam-Webster dictionary defines Jezebel as an imprudent, shameless, and morally unsustained woman. Go fuck yourself. Kept using over and over and over and over and over again. Passing it from person to person. And that's when she was no longer of use. She was too dirty. But you guys were the ones that sullied her. How many of you realize, doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl, when you go through abuse and sexual assaults and rapes and everything like that, how do you turn it? Zahara. People said that Melania at the inauguration, they referred to her dress as representing Zohar. But it was saying Zahara, the female prostitute. You know, people were saying about the outfit that she had on, the black suit dress thing, and the purple hat. Let's see if I still have that. Okay, that's it, yeah. Okay. Okay. So you all said about making comments about Melania's outfit at going to the castle or Windsor, whatever. And it was that really dreary dress. It was almost like, yes, looked like she was going to a funeral. Okay. And she had that big brim purple hat. Now, so I Googled to find out about the purple hat and suit type thing. So, ironically, oh, shit, what was the question? I asked who wore this type of, like, wore that type of stuff. Okay. And this is what I got. See the bigger lady with the black on and the hat? An animated section Howl's. Howl's Moving Castle, part three. Okay. So now, oh, wrong way. We're going to go to this of what it says. Well, it is called Witches, or sorry, Witch of the Waste, Howl's Moving Castle. Witch of the Waste is an incomplete phrase. However, it most likely refers to the Witch of the Waste, the main antagonist in the book and film Howl's Moving Castle. She is a powerful sorceress who lives in a barren land. Okay, barren land. Barren is her son, called the Waste, and is known for making an impact with a fire demon for a long life and youth, which uses to her advantage. Oh shit. I didn't get it all. Oh no. Maybe I did. What fudge? Oh, oh, there. Oh, go on. There's no widely recognized cartoon because I asked about cartoon characters that wear black and purple. Okay. There's no widely recognized cartoon character known for constantly wearing a black dress and a big purple hat. However, the Witch of the Waste from Studios Ghibli, Howl's Moving Castle, wears a dark dress and a large, imposing witch hat. It's purple, which is often depicted in shades of purple, and she is sometimes confused with a typical witch characterized according to certain things. Okay, I must not have got this. Ho messo di te, Johanna. Okay. Now we'll go because it brought me to Melania, okay, with regards to, you say she's with the Epstein and P. Diddy and what have you, okay? And so, oh, oops. Oh, I'm trying to spell Zorro. The female version of Zorro. I put one out. Oh, hold on. Sorry. I'll close this. Yeah, thanks. Because part of like what I was channeling from here, this is what it's like, because it's the same spirit. You feel it like it's the same spirit, but different versions, not just female, but also male. Yes, okay, the word Zohara is a Spanish female word that directly translates to a female fox or vixen. And the contents of the word Zorro, which means Zorro, which means fox. Zohar is a female counterpart, meaning vixen. Okay, so as a fox and female fox. A spirit of a fierce woman, especially one seen as sexually attractive. That's the part where they call you before. However, Zahara also carries significant slang and derogatory connotations, particularly in Spain and Mexico, where it is used to insult women, often in referring to promiscuity. Therefore, Zohara is the female version of Zohar, but is it important to be aware of its reality and meaning, potentially for offense? Okay, see, you're saying, okay, people are saying about what's going on. Okay, the female is being portrayed as a whore. Okay, right? And see, the thing is, remember what I said, like about whether someone is willing or, you know, because I'm going to be honest, when I looked at a lot of those pictures of her, she looked pretty strung out. So it's like, I figure, see, I'm going to be honest. Donald Trump can't can't give her a compliment without it being one that is referring to her looks and her body. So he sexualized her. Like people will turn off the switch because it's easier to just play along because you know what happens if you don't. You know, I'm going to be honest. Back years ago, I had given someone a little party, and they took the back of my head and they rammed it right down over. Some people will say I should have got a punch in the head for this, but I bit his pecker. Yeah, I just heard Lorena Bobbitt style. No, I didn't bite it off. But, you know, I think that person will think twice next time they try doing that to someone. But some would figure, oh, well, you should, like, if anybody thought that I should have got a punch in the head for that, you're the problem. To demonstrate how deeply the word Jezebel has permeated language, the English Dictionary, Polish and Polish English, uh, Kościuszko Foundation Dictionary, published in 2005, translates the Polish word rozpustnica as Jezebel, harlot, notorious sinner. You male chauvinist fucking pig goat. With all due respect, you were the slut man. My channel is spirit to spirit. You know, I'll make you laugh, I'll make you cry, I'll piss you off, you'll punch you upside the head. You even energetically throw shit at me. That, dude, you'll love me, hate me, like me, love me. And, you know, hey, if anyone should dislike men, I would say I should be one of them. But I know them all the same. But the ones like that, they usually gravitate towards the ones like that. It's the company they keep. No wonder you got syphilis, man. That's what's wrong with Donald Trump. You know, almost, not almost, you can see that. Okay, it's like Hitler. You know, these are the spirits, okay, because they're all intertwined together. They're the spirits of what you're reading about. But you won't get that right. better go read your Bible. You didn't get it right. It was telling you about spirit, about the spirits. Not being rude, it's like a recycling bin. But the spirits will travel through the airways. I'll tell you right now, I know that in Easter of 2020, I know that a spirit came from the heavens with the sun and entered into me, and then got up off the balcony, laying on the balcony floor, getting up the deck floor, getting up, walking across the deck, looking out at the farmland in disgust, and then going back, laying down in the same spot, and then going back to the heavens. Because I was laying there staring at the sun. And that was Easter Sunday. I was laying there looking at the sun. And it was like, all of a sudden, the sun went to a straight line and they separated. It was a slice of light and a slice of dark. And whether it at the same time, the mother and father coming to protect the child, the dark and the light and the shadow, the yin and the yang, the ebony and ivory. Because after it left my body and went back to the heavens, the two slices come together and it formed the sun again. It's a good day. The heart right here. The center. But see, this is what was, coming forward. It said here, the second coming. Jezebel, was the second coming. She was here and she died and come again. So the mother of Jesus died and come again. She came to save her children. So in the Bible, with regards to Mary Magdalene, they call her the whore. Jezebel, in the dictionaries, they call her the whore. They said that Jesus come across them stoning Mary. Risha is translated elsewhere as libertine. The freed man. But in this case, they always have to put freed man, right? Always has to have man. So how again is it that you get a man? Well, you have to have the womb to get the man, right? The woman. The womb of the mother, the womb of the woman produced the man. You could say Mother Mary gave birth to Yeshua, right? Mary Magdalene gave birth to Jesus. But you say you're wrong because it was Mother Mary. There were three Marys, for sure. And the three of them were connected. Why? Because the Mother Mary, also mother of Mary Magdalene, and Mary Magdalene, the mother of Jesus. Oh, sorry, of Jesus. And then you had the prostitute Mary. But you'll say it was Mother Mary. There were two Mother Marys. The Mother Mary that had Yeshua, and the Mother, Mary Magdalene, of Jesus. And Jesus is Zeus. Jesus was like Nikola Tesla. Well, sorry, Zeus. And he was arrogant. To so he was humble. Not flaunting, trying to get his stuff out there and doing that sort of people. And then they took his life again and stole his work and said he was mad. Tried to remove him from history. In that scenario, Thomas Edison was the devil because he was the father of the one that Nikola Tesla loved. Not surprisingly, Jezebel has emerged as a spirit of sex, dominance, and women's power. And then Magdalene, right? Do you see? Whether this is a positive or negative depends upon the eyes of beholders. Jezebel is granted by some and used by others, and actively opposed by still others. Much the same as Jesus, right? Este le calculé. Mia koto porishala mensa perito porisira akimo. Sia koto. Yesha mushala hini sia. Hearts are beating. You know, I know I came here, but it's like it's like spiritual. Say spiritual demon stuff. Yeah, because I know there's deep fucking memories right in. You know, it's that part sometimes you have to open up the wound to completely heal it because it hasn't always been. Hey, spirit does it through PTSD. That's why you keep living it. Spirit. Jezebel is going to keep you. Jezebel is going to keep you looking until you see truth. It's not. It's not cruel. It's saying you have to go through those memories to heal from them. And they keep coming back because you're not healed. It's showing you something of what you keep repeating. Like, your history right now, because you're still on the witch hunt. It's like, what are people saying? Oh, Jesus, come, Jesus, why? So you can, like, do the same thing that you say you did? You killed someone, but it was Mary Knight. She just happened to look like Jesus. How many of you knew that Rhea was the mother of Zeus, and Rhea took Zeus and gave it to the mother? So Mary Magdalene was much like Rhea. A lot of the time, Mary Magdalene is the one with the woman in the red dress. The original, the first one was. Because Lola went to find amongst neo-pagans. Okay, neo-pagans. Okay, now I want to take you to the movie The Matrix. Who's said to be in that? Neo, right? What are the pagans? The pagans are the witchy, the awakened. Whether it's portrayed for good or bad, but you also had it in the movie The Matrix with Zion. You had the Matrix, and then you had the ones in Zion, the ones that were right in there believing the Zion. But then Neo in Matrix Reloaded seen it differently because it was portrayed that the Zion were your screams. The projector. Ah! Oh fuck! Damn! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Dimensions, signifying God's dwelling place. The projection. Okay, the projection. Okay, you watch the movie, okay, and the projection. Okay, they go in to deep sleep and they project their body out into a matrix. Yeah, it's a ship. Oh God damn it! Fuck! Holy hell! What is this? Are you running, little bowl? My cat, I give him a big planter. When I put the food in the planter, it's like that big. And well, him and my son's cat, they both do my like my cat taught him how to do that. They get and they put their whole body in the bowl like this, and they eat out of the big bowl. They won't eat out. They don't eat out of the little bowl. My cat is Zor. He's like to me, Zohar is mystical, and he's mystical. And, there's a part of the Zohar and Jewish mysticism. So that's why I say I don't like. I'm not going by religion because, like I said, the truth is not just in one book; it's in all of them. And there's pieces that are in one book, and that's why it's like a war all over the place because it didn't just come and say what happened. It scattered it, and it was like the different parts of timelines. Among the neo-pagans and Judo-pagans, Jezebel is veneered as a powerful and complex spirit, the epitome of one who will not be cowed by obsession or convention. In folk magic, transition like hoodoo, Jezebel is respected as a spirit who gets things done and who successfully exerts her will. She is not necessarily considered evil, but is an immortal spirit. In Hoodoo tradition, the root of the spaces of iris flower is known as Jezebel root because it is used in magic spells to get one's way or desire, regardless of obstacles or odds. Okay, I don't agree with casting spells for personal gain. It's that part, people say, well, we'll do a love spell on this, and the person you want will love you. Well, then it's not really love, right? Well, tap into mystical powers. Linda, I have these books, but I didn't really read them. But the a lot of religious aspects of it, well, hey, they'll say that it's demon, demonic if you do stuff, if you do this stuff, but they're doing it all the time. They do a ritual where when you look in the Bible, they do say about like people eating the flesh of their loved ones. And you say you didn't, they didn't see. The thing is, I said it before, Mary Magdalene was pregnant when they put her on the cross and thought it was Jesus. And they stabbed her right here. They stabbed her in the heart to make sure. They stabbed her here to make sure they got the baby. But see, I believe that before it happened, she knew it was going to happen. So she told the baby hide. That's why they're still, it's like they're still in search of it. But many won't believe that. They were drinking from here. That would be the blood of the placenta. Well, I mean, the placenta would, but it's here. It would be the blood because it was there. They wanted to kill it, and they drank the blood and water. That's a little cannibalistic to me, don't you think? Is that why I said that it felt like an alien was trying to eat me? Stole clothes. They desecrated her. And some of them even performed horrible things when she was dead. Oh, crap. Mm. Same story, but you'll say it was Jesus. I mean, I knew that Mary Magdalene had the crown of thorns, but it was a crown, like it was like almost like the representation of almost a thorns crown, but it had crystals with it. It was like something like Virginia Creeper. said, Spirit shows me, even if it means that Spirit uses my body to do it. I mean, in the ways of the spiritual, because when I got raped in 2020, it was in the spirit. They took me somewhere where nobody could find me. But people would bang on the door and make it even like it was like I was in the spirit world, and people were banging on the door, but nobody was coming into my home. They weren't going and saying, "Hey, get the police," or get the landlord. Get like even my son had my house key, so he would have had no problem getting in my house. But I know who the spirit was that showed up at my door and had the landlord let me in because they had had a little peek just beforehand in spirit. See, it's like when they had in the Matrix non-players, okay, like the Mr. Smiths. But they're not conscious. And that's what the awakening is about. Becoming conscious. Say the psychosis and stuff like that. Well, that is you experiencing the spirit. And sometimes a little version of it. And that's why I had to have an exorcism in 1999 because of it. Because it all come flooding in. And I had no support system. I had no idea what was going on. Everyone was telling me it was mental, but I knew it wasn't. Whether it's true or not, one of my sisters told me that that two people were seeing me levitate off the bed. My mom told me my eyes went white, and someone else told me my eyes went black. It's killing me. And I knew I had to have an exorcism. But it was like if you watched the series Once Upon a Time, and I've said I do use the word, when the evil queen, well, Regina, she takes a potion and she separates herself from the ego of the evil queen, the angel, the one that went dark because her mother killed her love. So that's what that was like. And in that, what ended up happening is like the evil queen got her happy. No matter how it goes, villains don't get happy endings. Mind me asking who made that rule? No, it wasn't said to be. It was said to redeem yourself. That's a part of the villain. Like you're a villain. Redeem yourself. Come back to yourself. Like a lot of times I do feel Jessica. It's like that little girl there, and she's just screaming her head off for somebody to listen to. Maintain the concentrate focus for a significant length of time, and then bury the root in your confident that one's wish will come true. You know, I don't, I don't, I try really hard not to say I wish, because to me that's like, you're asking someone else to make that wish come true. And if you're asking somebody else to make that wish come true, you don't know how it's going to turn out. I mean, you don't know how it's going to turn out here, but at least you know that you're not hopefully going to try to self yourself, whereas others, you give the power to them. More Jezebel roots go, okay, may be found. Okay. The notion to an ageless, eternal spirit may assume many human bodies and names is not uncommon. In the 2007 biographical film by Vampira, the movie performance artist and horror host Leah Vampira, Memorial 1921 to 1808 or 2008, describes the vampire spirit as a timeless force who has been animated in many carcasses. Oh shit. In conservative Christian cycles, Jezebel remains an active and notorious evil spirit, although she has transcended her ties to the biblical queen. So the Christians are still saying that Jezebel is evil. So are you saying that she is evil because you were part of her brutal demise? Okay. Yep. You know, it's why I'm like, I have a hard time going to church. It's not because I don't like, certain churches, I like going in and just hearing what they have to say. But a lot of them, I find it very hypocritical because the experiences that I experienced what I experienced. You say they say they teach the book, but hey, you say that Jesus says that prayer and meditation go hand in hand, but you don't teach either. You just preach and say, "Come to us, and we will help you. We will help save you to get you to God." Okay, my exorcism. I was very grateful for that. But after that, nothing but explained. Just told, tell it to go away in the name of Jesus. Well, with all due respect, a lot of them are not afraid of Jesus, but they are afraid of Mary Magdalene. I don't know. A primordial Jezebel spirit existed before the queen and survived her death. The spirit is an incorporeal force that works through women's bodies, but is not restricted to those. Thus, the name appears twice in the Bible, attached to different women. The Jezebel spirit is a processing spirit who takes over women's bodies and minds. Seriously, fucking grow up. Your fucking bullshit dogma is what takes over and hijacks people's minds and bodies. Jezebel is that part of your inner child. So not only do they demonize the mother, but they do it to the child too. They see it as an abomination. No, it's not the abomination. Your ignorance is. This is the spirit, the spirit. Spirit Jezebel is that inner child, the one screaming out and trying to speak up, and it continues to get fucking silenced. Didn't matter what religion you were. Didn't matter. They all got bloody hands. Some didn't believe in it, and others didn't want it to get out. The truth of what Jezebel represented. Jezebel is the child. The child they tried to eliminate. The mother they demonized. And the father they praised. Right. Guess she liked touching fingers, huh? What do I mean by that? You know, don't people get that painting where you have the two men naked touching fingers, and you're saying it's connecting to God? You know, Jesus did say to the Father, Father, why have you denied me? But it was his human fault. You know, the true lust came from the masculine, and that's why the Father was cast. Father wasn't Lucifer, but you say it was. Because I felt that in there. He was a father, and he was one that many looked to. Because the mother always gave birth to the son, who in the beginning of it all always became the husband. You know, have you ever seen the movie Twilight? Because this is I'm like recapping for like Twilight. Okay, the Twilight set Breaking Dawn. Right, into that when she gets pregnant by Edward, and she's still human, and she has the baby, and the baby grows at an extremely rapid rate. So it could be like in 10 days, and the baby's as old as 4, and that's where it stays, or what have you, because It's just, there wasn't any other one of it. The spirit is an incorporeal force that works through women's bodies. Oh, okay. Author Francis Bacon, in his 1994 book, The Jezebel Spirit, associates Jezebel with an obsessive sensuality, unbridled witchcraft, and hated or hatred for male authority. I fucking wonder why. Most male authority is pompous, egotistical, and self-centered, and thinks that it knows what a woman needs. I think they better learn themselves first before they even try to figure out a woman. You know, you have that new government right now where men are saying about what goes on with a female's body. Are you fucking mental? And I mean mental because it's something wrong with the upstairs and it's not spiritual. It's very egotistical and self-centered to say that you have dominion over the female body. Why don't you just tell me why a man should have authority over a woman? What? Because you think you have a dick? The dick attached to the dick. This is a spirit. And those spirits know exactly who I'm talking to. See a potpourri? You know, at any time I could be in my masculine or I could be in my feminine. It depends on what it is that I'm speaking about or approaching. I do not bow or kiss the feet of the man. And nor should a man feel like they have to bow and kiss the feet of the woman. It's mutual respect, one that a lot of us are lacking because of the lack of understanding. In accordance with Hoodoo sources, this Jezebel spirit is a spirit who craves control. Hey, Donald Trump, are you Jezebel? Oh my God. Dice to pure a noi. To See, the thing is, I know what versions what versions people are. So it was like the Jesus and the Jezebel. Christian and Christopher. Christy, what are you doing, Jack? You could do pretty. And they're at battle. This is the more sure. The Sara takes the emotion and consider the Yep. It was like he felt betrayed. By his father because he denied him. So, is the father Christopher or is the father Christian? Oh, 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 oh. Dice, look at the way I'm like, Goreto si che magari sti perché potai essere so disse come se credere stata hesi tu pure che non si che ti hai no mi hai ma the big head is in the room. Questa avrei avrei sicuramente il sito dove stava bene era pure te vedere oh, oh, oh. You know, hey, when you're doing that, why don't you just help me dance to the music instead? Like, yeah, oh my gosh, this lady really needs a straitjacket. No, because that would even hurt more. It's like, no, like, that is mad. It's like the father and the child are fighting, and the mother and the child are fighting. It's like the girl and the father and the son and the mother. What am I able to yes anyway? I Greta! Holy heck, you guys. Like it's like spiritual battle. It's like Turisikemata and Musukriye. The Jezebel spirit may simultaneously possess many women, hordes in fact. They're talking about the baby. You know, when Uranus and Gaia, okay, let's go back to Uranus and Gaia, where, you know, in some cultures or mythology, that's where it began, Gaius and Uranus. You know, Gaius, Gaius, Gaia and Uranus, oh, they had a loving relationship. until the baby came along. And then the father got jealous. So the baby, the child, became more important and more to focus on than the father. So the father no longer had the mother. And that's where you get these the children grown ups today, where like males, the father, they want that mother. They leave the nest and they still expect their wives to mother them. When are you gonna fucking grow up? Felicito por esa libertad. Некато кожу тужи си поря. According to Christian sources, the Jezebel spirit is sneaky and manipulative. And that's why they want to demonize Jezebel, because they are the demons. You know, there's two types of Christians. They demonize her because she comes with truth. And if you can tell people that Jezebel is the deceiver, when the religion is, not spirit. The most dangerous Jezebel spirit is not the one who's openly a harlot or witch, but the one who disguises herself as good. Are you sure you're not talking about yourself? Seriously. Because I see all you saying that, oh, well, we're doing good, we're doing good. Well, if you're doing so good, then why are there still fucking poor people like that? Homeless people. People dying of disease. Oh, you say, oh, because we're collecting money so that we can find why do you need money to find it? You already have it. Can't take that all in Walker. You won't have no more money. Can't have no more nonprofit, right? Make all the poor peasants pay for everything and then say, oh, well, we're helping you. Yeah, you're helping us all right. Yep. It's so helping us turn on each other. That's where it's said, they know not what they do or say. They know not what they do. Because it doesn't say they do not know what they do or say. They do not know what they do. They know not what they do. But they sure the fuck know what they say. Because they know it's a lot of lies to cover their own asses for the wrongdoing that they did. And it doesn't matter what religion you are. They all got blood on their hands. Because you have to keep a secret like that, right? You know, like I'm not taking sides, but you know, hey, people say, well, it was Jesus. Well, you know, well, saying is going to piss people off. The Quran says that it wasn't Jesus, that they used someone who looked like Jesus. Well, I just told you what happened there. as a good Christian in order to infiltrate and undermine. Yeah. Jezebel was teaching healing. But you demonized it as witchcraft. And you still do to this day, because I've seen people come on here and say that this stuff is witchcraft. Rituals are witchcraft. Your pills and medicines are a form of witchcraft because you use multitudes of different chemicals that cause harm to the body, even if it gives a temporary fix. If you watch news Once Upon a Time again, okay, Cricket or Jiminy Cricket, Jiminy Cricket. Okay. So Jiminy Cricket's parents, they ran the circus. Okay, they run the circus and they rob people's pockets. Not even take the stuff, but they rob their pockets. So Jiminy Cricket, he was a boy. He was a grown man, and he went to Rumpelstiltskin, the Dark One. He wanted a potion. He wanted something to get rid of his parents because they were bad people. You know, they were thieves. They were people like people say that all gypsies are like gypsies or thieves. Not all, but he got the potion and he brought it back. And they were going to this place and they were knocking on the door. And a married couple answered. They had a son but wasn't home. That was the cutout. They went to the door and they said that there was a plague. And they had the only tonic to cure it. And they were like, well, what do you want for it? Well, no, have anything you want. What, like, have anything you want. Well, okay. So they went around the house and they took what they wanted. See, the tonic was originally water, but the father had a sleight of hand and got the potion from the people. So he gave that potion. The father gave that potion to the couple, and it turned them into wooden dolls, shriveled up dolls, like from grown up to shriveled up dolls like that. And then that was like when he threw it and it didn't do anything. It was the part that his guilt made him want to learn mice. So he had himself turn into a cricket. A cricket is much like consciousness. So he became the therapist. Okay? Consciousness is the spirit. Spirit becomes the therapist. She irritably reveals her true identity. However, by her need for attention and control, and by her selfish nature, the woman harboring a Jezebel spirit will seek public attention, desire to lead prayer groups. Hey, Erica Kirk. But that's the darker side of the Jezebel because she wants public attention, desire to lead prayer groups, and publicly interrupt scripture, all for ultimately nefarious purposes. Did anybody see the video? Like, I'm going to go there because, in all honesty, I don't believe that Charlie Kirk is dead. I believe that there was something else. I'm not saying you didn't like what didn't happen, but I'm saying I don't believe it was Charlie Kirk. But hey, she the way she hugged Donald Trump gave me the heebie-jeebies. So is one of your good works changing Donald Trump's diaper for him? Oh, crap. No offense, Donald, but hey, stop eating all the friggin' burgers and go get yourself tested if you haven't already. Just saying, you looked up to Hitler and Hitler had syphilis. And if anybody looked up the symptoms of syphilis, well, that shows dementia, like dementia. Did she hug him like a father? I'm allowed to ask these questions. I'm allowed to question this stuff. But certain affiliations in that. Me and that me and you and get the answers. We are really spirits got the answers. You fucking don't. This Jezebel spirit is not obscured, but a popular topic of concern. Among the many other books she has inspired are Steve Sanson, '03, Confronting Jezebel, Concerning and Defeating the Spirit of Control. In order to confront Jezebel, are you going to be honest with what you did to Jezebel, that child? Because that's, like I said, that's the Jezebel. The Jezebel is the child. The Jezebel is both male and female. See, people will, like, some people It's maybe more common than what it used to be. But women are giving birth to hermaphrodites. And then they're going and they're fixing their genitals, or whether they're going to cut off the penis or whether they're going to stitch up the vagina. What? Because you say it's like, if anybody thinks that that's disgusting, you're a fucking sad excuse for a person. Because women, you have a penis, it's just called a clitoris. You have testicles, they're called ovaries. Your lips are the actual skin that covers the male's testicles because they fall out. Look at a dog, a male dog. They're not born. The testicles fall. They drop. Even the spirit of control. You know, it's meeting the inner child where it's at so that you can understand it of why it's so angry. Because nobody was born that way. And somebody say that narcissists are born narcissists. No, they're not. A narcissist is created by the environment and the way they're treated. And you can have a partial narcissist, even a victim narcissist. So it's that part of, if a psychologist told you that, well, then I guess the psychologists don't know their own work. Because a narcissist is not born a narcissist. Book Jonas Clark, Jezebel, Seducing Goddess of War, niches, overcoming the attack of the Jezebel spirit. Exorcism rituals are conducted to expel this Jezebel spirit. Yep. And many times I've told you that I had an exorcism. But that was the part where I needed to see my Jezebel. Because I was the mother of Jezebel. Because it's the inner child. It's that child. The inner child of you. It's where it started. So I had to see her face to face. And that's why she was in my face so she was just watching me. I woke up and she was right there, and it startled me, and when it startled me, she ran. Very creepily. Jessica was not even, the solar world from the tail of the light. It's kind of very energetic. Manifestation, regardless of whether she is berated or opposed, all agree that Jezebel is charismatic and beautiful. Iconography, a Hebrew seal, converter, converters, conversus, controvertedly, versedly identified as having belonged to biblical Queen Jezebel, depicts a phoenix, a sphinx, with a woman's face, similar to images of Egyptian female Puroha, Harshit, in turn, I can't pronounce it. In terms of popular culture, refers references to Jezebel in books, movies, advertising, and song are literally countless. You know, see, that's the part of, I didn't come here to exploit fucking spirits. I came here to get their story and help them fucking heal. And you keep demonizing. That's the part of, you go to George's Island and they say that, oh well, the French were the bad ones, and we were the big wigs, the British were the big wigs. Fuck you, the pompous asses. And that was the part of the British looked up to the Romans. And your Roman salute is the same, much the same as your Hitler salute. Because Hitler looked up to the Romans too. Might have just slightly changed it, but it looks pretty much the same to me. And that was the same as Oak Island. They demonized the French again. Mary Magdalene came from France. Because whether you want to believe it or not, Mary Magdalene and them left France and came here. That's why I say, you're looking for the East. Yeah, start it in the East. Across the world, but say the Antichrist comes from the East. The Christ comes from the East. The United States, where Donald Trump lives, was from. That's the East. The Pope was from the new Pope was from the East, the United States. And then when the settlers came from France and the British colonies and all over, they came to the east coast of Canada. You know, wasn't it King George at the time? George's Island? That's where they were taken to. And it was much like a concentration camp. Steve, what people don't realize is, you know, do you think that they put all those fucking tanks in that island? Yeah, I don't think so. That's an actual ship. Have you ever looked at the design of it? Seriously. But oh no, can't be, can't be. I have to ask, like, you say that they took them dead, they took cannons down those stairs and through those narrow hallways and placed them where they are in a big room that they take up most of the space in. Are you awake? Testiculetul pur și simplu morsă criato. Saying, well, I was just asking. Spirit allies. Jezebel may be berated alongside Lady Ashura of the sea, Asteria, Aneta, Bala, Bala, Kedosh, the Sphinx, and possibly Lilith and Herodotus. Plant Jezebel roots, altar her altar, or her image may be placed beside a window looking out. That is the dream catcher. God damn it, fuck. Shut up. No. You know, you have the dream catchers. What's it say there again? Beside a window looking out. So you have the face of the dream catcher looking out your window. So is that not a meaning that Jezebel keeps out bad spirits? Oh, God. Ugh. Are you still dancing like a monkey for the system yet? Or are you seeing it? Some may not. And some may tell me that I'm just right out too much. In view, offerings, in view of the same painted Jezebel. It may be presumed that Jezebel enjoins fine cosmetics and perfume, also incense, and in honor of that vineyard, Israel wine. Okay, so who exactly was it that started the perfumes? Because a man will tell you they are visual, but at the same time, they will demonize you and your body, but they'll use it as sexism. It's them who exploits the female body. Just saying. See also, and it's Aphrodite, Ursun, two, Ashra, Estori, Bale, Hideous, Isis, Gilish, Lilith, Phoenix, and the glossary enter the avatar and the seals and signals, the seals, the seven seals, the religious seals. Jezebaba literally means granny witch. We'll do something next time, but hey, I can't, like, I'm not going to tell you how to see it, but it's a different way of seeing it because it's just felt is referred to twice in the Bible, but she's demonized each time. But they just don't tell the story, and that's the truth and reconciliation. You had the girl in the blue dress and the girl in the red and the woman in the red dress. The girl in the blue dress, she was murdered. The red dress, she was on the run. So what you do with this information, that's entirely up to yourself. But hey, I'll leave it at that. And with that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings. Most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone wanting, willing to receive and accept. I want you all to be big, bold, brave, most importantly, be yourself, be authentic. Be true to yourself. Be kind to yourself. And know that you have more strength than you can comprehend at times. Don't always believe what you hear because somebody else said it. Know the whole story. And know what really happened. And we need to stop allowing history to repeat itself. Truth and reconciliation is coming up. The truth comes from the spirit. And with the truth comes the reconciliation. So it's time to go inward and talk with the spirit. Sending you all love.